Oh, ah. Me jump scare. Got to mute my stream preview. Whoopsie. Game is still loading in. Almost done. Come on. You can do it, KSP. There it goes. Need to have the live notification. Oops. Yippee! Alright. Welcome back to more Kerbal. Puzzles. Back in we go. Alright. So, before we jump into anything, so close to having enough money. Is there anything we can research in here right now? Because we have a lot of science. Although, actually, now that I think about it, no, I shouldn't start spending this. Because this shit is gonna cost, like, 2 of these is gonna be more than all that we have. So yeah, no, I'm gonna hold off. Never mind. We're gonna save our science. Okay. Alright. Although, fish control. I do have a... do have a thing that is somewhat going to put us behind on paying for stuff, and that is kinda want to upgrade mission control. How much is that? Ooh. I mean, unlimited contracts. Yeah, I'm doing it. Fuck it. Is that a fuel? I'm not doing that. Temperature surveys on this near Minhart 12. Aren't we already doing this? Or is this a different one? I guess this is a different one. There's no telling how many, though. Yeah, hold on. I don't know how many, but, like, I mean, how much Delta... If it's got a shit ton of Delta V, maybe. Maybe I'll take it. Alright, Nimbus near Minhart 7. Where's Minhart 12? We are about to launch a rover. So... That's our South Pole. We're sending a rover to the North Pole, aren't we? Or... Actually, does it not matter? Which pole? Minmus's poles. They're the same biome. Oh. Alright. Just to double check. Just gonna look up a biomap real quick just to be doubly sure that we've got poles on the south. We do. That'd be lovely that we land our rover and then we drive over. We get the science. All right, yeah. You know what? Yeah, sure. We'll do that. And we might even be able to get the first one done right away. Alright. Now, we don't have unlimited contracts yet because it's in the process of being upgraded. How long will that be? Okay, 6 days. That's not bad. Upgrades we've got. I'm gonna upgrade the spaceplane hangar. Yeah. Because that shit's still really fucking slow. Okay, let's see if we can get the first temperature reading using Minhart 12. Howdy, Potato. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Okay. We do have a lot of Delta... Right, this guy was sent with extra Delta V because we specifically wanted to do a bunch of hopping with it. Okay. So then... This might work perfectly. Alright. Is that our target? That? No. No, that's another lander. We can't see the target on here. We're shooting the ATF into the sun tonight. I don't think we have a rocket big enough to move a country, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. If we head perfectly south. Oh, right. Parking brake. Disengage. See it on the compass. Wish I could zoom in more. Or see it on outside of the map view, like. Okay. Might get us close and or something, I don't know. Pull up landing infos. We have our suicide burn countdowns. Turn off our RCS so we're not wasting anything. What's our electric charge at? It's on, that's alright. Hey dear eyed potato. Howdy Badfoot. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Settle for a black hole. I don't have a mod for that yet. If I go really far in this, and I've like visited all the planets and I still want to keep playing, I might install an Interstellar Planet Pack. But that's kind of a way down the line if. Approaching suicide burn time. Oh. Okay, where's that temperature reading? Are we close enough? No. I don't see it on the nav ball. Oh, wait, do we have to be at a specific height? No. We just have to go there. Really wish this indicator was visible outside of just the nav ball and the super zoomed out map view. Okay. Looks like we need to go north. Oh, there it is. We are entering the area. Okay, we have to be landed. Temperature. Alright, nice. Now the next one. Seem to be getting light from the sun, even though it's not visible. Interesting. Down and log temperature. And there's a third. Right. Rule of threes. There's probably not another, right? So I guess we don't need to send a rover over here to do these, unless there's just like a shit ton of more of them, which is possible, but, you know. We still might send the rover to... No, alright, so we'll send the rover to the North Pole, because we will still need to rove it down to do this. That's closer to the north than the south, so... Yeah. Vertical landing. We bounced. Alright. There's another one. Okay. We better be getting paid for every one of these, are we? Okay, yep, each one gives us money. Good. Good, good, good. Alright. Must be close to sunrise. The light to be bouncing off the surface onto us or something. I don't know. There's no atmosphere for it to. I mean, there's a very, very thin atmosphere, but you know, there's no real atmosphere for the sunlight to be like bouncing around in to hit us. So I don't know. Time warp down towards the surface. Disengage time warp. Thrust. Yes. Oh boy. That one was my fault. Did not cut the throttle. Oh boy. Hey, okay, so 4 of them, assuming the other one goes the same. Cool. Alright, well, let's re-engage that parking brake. Contract complete. Go ahead and clear up these. And while we're already at one of the moons, as well. These were supposed to be here last stream, but I kind of forgot about them. So, might as well show them off now that I have them in the save file. Yeah. It's a bit dark right now, though. But, you know, should be just barely able to make it out. I should really put lights on my landers and stuff. Yeah, this is Panner 1. This is the ATF's first remote rover. Sitting here on Minbus. Yeah, this is based on Prospector. Not Prospector, and also not to be confused with Prospector. But the first Prospector. So NASA has reused the name Prospector for unmanned lunar rover plans twice in the last, 10 years. But back in the 60s, the original Prospector was a unmanned rover that was going to be sent to the moon, and it looked something like this. Again, you can't really see it that well. Let's see if there's another one on the moon. Let's see if that one is in the daylight. It is perfect. Although actually, I should be going to Panner 3, not Panner 2. But yeah, it's fine. Yeah, Panner 2 did not land so well. But Panner 3 here is perfectly fine. But yeah, this is what it would have looked like, mostly. So yeah, their original plans were 2 giant inflatable wheels, though the wheels were actually very deep. They weren't thin like this. And then they had 2 long, extending or fold-out legs with front and back tiny wheels. Very silly design. I don't know why this was the shape they wanted, but that's what they were planning. Ultimately, it got canceled, though, to prioritize manned missions to the moon instead of unmanned craft. But, yeah, that's just my little take on it. Path thruster on the bottom that it landed with. Yeah, the actual ones would have had a lander that they flew down on and then rolled off of. I didn't bother with that. Yeah. Panner 2 crashed, so they had to send a third one. Alright. That's those. Just wanted to show them off. Funnily enough, I found the most pictures of that thing from, some obscure blog post about a toy, because there were toys manufactured based on that design. And if it wasn't for that blog, I would know nothing about that thing. There is so little information about the original Prospector rover. Partially because if you try to search for Prospector moon rover, you're going to get the 2 more recent proposals instead of the original 1960s one. Yeah, there's very few photos of it. That was what it actually was going to look like before it was canceled, but yeah. Neat little thing. Alright. Yeah, I was really hoping that by taking these, I would get the Minmus equivalent contracts in as well. But, Why are these marked in red? What does that mean? None of these have that. Oh, this one has that. ASP contract red X meaning. Not the decline button. The used. Is it something? Us? I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. And I'm just gonna ask Reddit later. I don't know what that means. I hope what I'm thinking it means and what I'm hoping it doesn't mean is that because I've ignored land on and orbit contracts long enough because I wasn't ready to do them, that the game has decided that I don't want those, and there's no way to tell it that I do actually want those now. I'm hoping that's not the case. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. When do new contracts... Right. There's not a rotating window. It's just whenever the current contracts expire, new ones come in. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Got 2 rockets under construction. We have our first rover, and we have the ROG 8. Let's look at our contracts and see what else we can do. So, Minmus Poles, that's going to be the rover. Flag on Minmus, that'll be for our manned mission in the future. Product temperature survey, that'll be the rover. Crude landing, we'll do that later. Manned return, we'll do that later. Start exploring E, we'll do that later. C. Actually. Could we do this? Because sure, we're not going to have enough Delta V to land, because we don't have a heavy... we don't have a super heavy lift vehicle yet. But we might be able to do an orbit. If we don't send a lander, you know, that'll be a lighter craft. We might be able to do that. And yeah, I think I do have to rename my craft that, which is stinky. I don't like that, but yeah, whatever. If I were to launch a stato, a lunar stato on a DR 500, could I do an orbit of the moon? Is that possible? So stato 4, load. Alright. Delta V. Calculator. Delta V map. Alright. Let's see here. Can this be done? Calculator. Alright. 3,400 plus 860 plus 280 plus that'll get us into orbit. We're not doing the landing. Plus 280 again. Plus 680 again. 5,500. We could do it. We could do a crewed moon orbit. That would actually be pretty huge. Okay. I don't want to do it manned on the first try, though. You know, the DR500 is still a brand new launch platform. So we don't want, you know, to decided I want to do that for these. Should this be a stato or should this be something else? I don't know. But yeah, I don't want to do a manned run for the first so early in the testing of this rocket stage, you know. We don't want to have any catastrophic failure stranding Kerbals out that far in space and stuff with no easy way to recover them. So I think we'll do an unmanned test drive, and then if that all goes successful, we'll send a crew orbit the moon, bring them back, and then do the same thing for Minmus, probably. Yeah. That would be a pretty big accomplishment. Alright. So let's see. Alright. What should I call this? We can get some big text on here, methinks. Capital I, bold, set, fill color, gray, edgeware none, opacity 65, sure. That. That's perfect. Oh, those ribs are in a three-way symmetry, huh? That definitely helps with the readability. Oh, it's not. That one's centered. Oh, these ribs aren't centered. Huh. Alright, well. Yeah, did we do that? I think I want to have these down here, actually. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about happening. Is there any way to set priority? Don't think so. You know what? That's fine. Space. Yeah. Oh, that looks like shit. It's nice and readable, but man. Oh well. What? Now, I do actually need to add a probe core, because there is none on here. That actually, I don't think that allows for unmanned control. Nah, this is just like an SAS. Yeah. So, yeah, command. I mean... Does this have... Has the holds and stuff. It's a bit pricey. But I could replace this with that. It's the... Reaction wheel 0.5. Reaction wheel 2.5. Never mind. That's it. It's the cheapest mini control unit we can. Oh, jeez. Okay. I mean, we could just like shove one of these in there. You know? Command capsule's empty. We just stick that in there. And just sink her down. Yeah. I'm gonna have to replace this entirely, aren't I? Yeah, save a little bit of mass there from the added mass of the thingy, you know. Speaking of added mass, we'll go ahead and remove liquid fuel, the oxidizer, and the snacks from this capsule and this capsule. OMG dear, hi. Actually, I should probably use a 0.225. 225. Okay, now bring all of these back. 0.225. 642. Yeah, welcome in, waifu. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, 642 minus 225. 417. Okay. So at 417, we have equalized our mass. Alright. We'll be slightly overweight. Just a little bit. And that is an approximation, yep. 3-stream streak. 3 is the smallest odd prime number. Why did my fairing disappear? What the heck? Rudiment. blue close fairing. I left clicked. There we go. Ooh, this will be unmanned. Excellent. What should this mission be called? Should it be called Stato 5? What's our manned moon mission program called? Do I have a name set aside for that? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Huh. Okay, yeah, the Soviets never had catchy names for their moon landing programs either. They just called them letters and numbers. Well, you know what? We'll just stick with Stato 5 for now. And we will prep for launch. Yeah, I'll just retroactively rename it. I didn't write the name of the mission on it, so yeah, I'll think of something on stream, maybe. Alright, for now though, let's head to the tracking station so we don't blind ourselves as we enter time warp. Those. Alright, mission control has completed. It's upgrade. Not gonna get a great view of the new facility because it's nighttime, but oh yeah, no, you could totally see it's big now. Alright. No exploration plus contract still. Fortunate. Like that out from the surface of Midmas. Fuck yeah. We're about to do that. Science data from space around the moon. Sure. Guys. Yeah, I can't accept this just to hold on to it for later because it costs money to do. So, yeah, oh well. Carbon. Nothing to do with... I know this requires like a shuttle or something, so we're not gonna be able to do that for alright. We've accepted what we can. We have 8 contracts going right now. That's more than we've ever had. Alright. We have the ROG 8 nearly ready. There we go. Alright. Do we launch at night? Yeah, we launch at night. No breaks. Alrighty. Alright, second fully armed test flight of the ROG 8 ICBM is a go. Launching in 3, 2, 1. We are away. We have an armed 12 megaton warhead on board. Our target is the tundra to the north. We have an abort sequence and parachute in case anything goes wrong while we are flying over friendly territory. All should go well. We have ironed out all the kinks with the system. We just need to prove that it all works now. We're taking things a bit inefficiently here. We're with how much speed we're picking up. Our apoaps is massively high. Kill throttle. I forgot to do. Yeah, I really need to move that fairing deploying stage till we're out of the atmosphere. Push that away. I hope that lands in the water and not in the city. That's fine. Ample maps. Ample apps. Ample apps. Yep. That should be landing in Tundra. We are in space. We have a 20-second burn. We have so much delta. This rocket really is pretty overbuilt, honestly. But, you know, it's important to have the extra delta V. This is a very simple launch trajectory. That extra delta V is for more complicated trajectories need more delta V. Although even still, this thing is pretty overpowered for what it is intended to do. That just means we could put a bigger warhead on it in the future, you know? Yeah. Alright. T-minus 10 seconds will begin burning. Warp ahead. Amber lamps. Miss the old amber lamps. Oh, we overshot. That's fine. We have plenty of extra delta V. We can burn an extra half second. In fact, I'm gonna just close that and fly using the landing protector. Wait till it's about here. Okay. Very good. We need to make sure that we are still on our side of the pole, you know. We don't want to land in someone else's North Pole territory with a 12 megaton nuke. But yeah, that should be all good to go. Let's go ahead and separate. Check our preview. We are still good to land. All right. Let's pointer retro. Gauge RCS. Alright, yeah. The previous problem that we had with the last test flight is that we did not have enough RCS to stabilize the craft during re-entry, as it is top-heavy. But from our simulations, this should be more than enough to give us full control. We have plenty of fuel to keep that RCS on the entire time. So, yeah, should be good. We have entered the atmosphere again. Time warp ahead. Map view, we're on target. Switch to terrain. Yep, there's the ice. Oh shit. I forgot RCS doesn't fucking work in time warp. Fuck. Ah, shit. I'm a fool. Well. We'll build another one, I guess. Yeah, what if we add some passive stability as well? Yeah. That'll have to work, right? Aerodynamic overlay? Why are you down there? I put wings on it. Oh, now they appear. Okay, just had to... Okay, that's still below the center of mass, so I have to have them high up. Okay. Which might interfere with the deployment, so I don't think they will, though. Does interfere with the shape of the fairing, though, which is a little unfortunate. I quite like the shape of the fairing. Don't want to change that. We can make it taller. It's too high. Oop. Smoosh that in. I'm sure this will be fine, right? Excuse me. I could do this before. Doesn't like the heat shield, I bet. Yep. It's gonna destroy the wings. Yeah, no, never mind. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. I just have to remember to not time warp. And then it's fine. We're gonna move this up to here, so that I do it once we're out of the atmosphere, not before. And save that, add to the build queue. Alright. Oh well. Alright. Really? Stato 5's gonna be done before the rover? Huh. Hmm. I was really, I really wanted this to be the done first. Hmm. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, no. Yeah, we'll keep them on that timetable. Alright. Tracking station. We shall warp ahead to the Rock 8. Incomplete. Again. Alrighty. Yeah, let's do this again. Alright. Third test. 3, 2, 1. Trying to be a bit more efficient with our ascent profile this time. No, profile's not the point. Ascent, in general. By lowering our thrust to a more reasonable level, we can avoid the high aerodynamic drag we were encountering before from going too fast. Too quick. might have pitched over a bit too much, though. Trying to pull up. Okay, no, I don't think we pitched over too much. I think we're still good. And we are still hitting that drag. Now sideways. Alright. Mm-hmm. Second burn. On our side of the pole. 9 seconds, T minus 4 seconds. Alright. This time, I will not make the same mistake. We will warp ahead. No more time warp. From here, we fly in at real-time speed the whole way. RCS enabled, SAS on. This is how we do it. Get the moon there. And on the sunrise. Yeah, retrogrades that, yep. Alright, RCS, keep us stable. We have no control now. Plasma has cut off our command. We are fully reliant on the onboard automatic stabilization systems to keep us pointed in the right direction. The second stage has just exploded above us. At least part of it. Alright. We have regained control. We did not explode. RCS did its job. We are now going to point prograde and arm. Distance to ground set. We are ready to detonate. Ground. This test, we are not going to airburst because I don't know how to do an air burst. Getting pretty close now. Whoa. My view is freaking out. But we have a confirmed detonation. Yeah, camera is not happy about this, but yeah. What is it? What is going on with the camera? I don't know. I think the mushroom cloud went down and the camera went underground. I don't know. Either way. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Hey. Proper look at our mushroom cloud rising up on the surface of Kerbal. Illuminated by the sun. That is big cloud. Alright, and with that, the VOG 8 is officially ready for military service. Excellent. Alright. Alright, we'll start mass production and shipping those over to Cuba. The launch clamps didn't get cleaned up. That's alright. Alright, any new missions? Yeah. Processing lab, that'd be a pretty late development thing. We're not going to be getting into that until the 70s. Space around Memnus? Sure, that's trivial. We can't position ADF stuff. Not ours. Position satellite in specific orbit of the moon. That we can do. Alright, let's get a rocket ready for that mission. Satellite in specific orbit of the moon. Alright. Let's open up. Is this our new style? No. Is it a Minheart or a Munhart? There's Munhart. And yep, our new style satellite. Alright, Needs a science junior. Okay. Oh, wait, no. It does need a mystery goo. Do I strap the mystery? Yeah, we'll just strap it. Yeah. Okay. Part 10. Science. Yes. Mystery goo. Science junior. Thermometer. Makes much of a difference. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Designated orbit. I forgot to check what the orbit was. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's go ahead and start it up. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure nothing will go. The orbit will be totally doable and achievable. Go ahead and start production and check that orbit. Okay. Which of these is the one that we actually need to do? Pick and Steel and C7. Either way, totally doable. D7. Yep. Alright. Totally doable. Yeah. Alright, Stato 5 is getting ready to launch. Alright. Remove the crew. This is an unmanned test launch to verify capability before we do a manned lunar orbit. Yeah. Skipping flyby, going straight for orbit. Let's go. Launch. I forgot to check thrust to weight ratios, but I'm sure that it'll be fine. The DR500 has plenty of lifting capability. I will double check the numbers before we hit launch though, so if it turns out that that's not good. Shit, is this bitch wobbly as fuck. not great. We'll have to enable auto strut, maybe add some actual struts, and probably launch clamps. Might be a good idea as well. All right, good notes, good notes. Double checking the staging. It looks like it's fucked. Where is this supposed to go? Caster size 0. Ah, okay. That is supposed to go with this fairing. Okay. Actually, no, it's not. It's supposed to go... Wait, hold on. Yes, it is. Yeah. This is supposed to go up here. With that. Mm-hmm. Yep, that goes there. That goes off those. Tap in. Then these separate, which is inside. Mm-hmm. Then we have these. And then lastly, that. Yep. Okay. Should be good now. All right. Let's get a photograph for the family. All right. Cool. And, all right. First launch of the DR-500 and sending a Stato to orbit around the moon in 3, 2, 1. Engine failure. Oh, fuck. Port. Well, the launch escape system works flawlessly. That's good. Un Unfortunately, I did forget to set up the abort sequence to actually disable the engines. So, yeah, that's not good. But otherwise, hey, that, you know, at least we learned stuff. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing we hadn't christened it with the moon mission name yet. You know, placeholder name Stato 5 will stand, I think. Yay, science! Yippee! Yeah, Well, hey, you know, this is why we do tests, you know? So we don't have a catastrophic engine failure when it's time for the actual mission. Yeah, with those engines as far away from the center of the stack as they are, one of them failing is a really big problem. If we caught it quick enough, we could disable the opposite thruster and potentially save from tipping, but at that point, I don't think we'd have enough delta V to recover, so, to actually still make it to space. Oh well. Let's do a recovery of all that debris and start building a second one. Alright, all the debris got cleaned up already. Perfect. Now, vehicle assembly building. Let's head in here. Alright, let's fix everything. So, the fairing needs to go here, which let's do this to go here, which needs this to go here. So engines fire, this decouples, those engines fire, decouple and launch the launch escape system. We deploy the fairing, that decouples, this engine kicks on. Then we have the parachute internal. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, that guy and parachute on the same thing. That's not good. Right there. Okay. There we go. Alright. Let's auto strut heaviest part. Strut heaviest part. Auto strut heaviest part. Auto strut heaviest part. Auto strut part. Okay. All the auto struts in place. Go to action merps. Let's do abort. So that will fire. Virgo engine shuts down. This decouples. Yes, we also need to shut down these engines. Shut down. Shut down. Shut down. Yep, okay. So the launch escape system, or the launch abort system, will now be fully functional. Always a good idea to shut down your engines when you're aborting. Decrease the chances of the ship flying up into your aborting capsule. It didn't before, but you know, that was just it getting lucky. So, alright. Out of 6. Center to launch pad. Alright, well, hey, I guess we're getting the rover first, technically. You know, that would have happened to the rover. I don't know which is more expensive to lost. I'm gonna go ahead and guess the rover is less expensive than the full manned lunar capsule, but you know, whatever. Let's warp to complete. I should have gotten a photo of the launch escape system in action. That would have been a good one for the slideshow. Yeah. I don't think I have any from like an upward, an angle looking up at it. Good. Good. Reenact it off screen, and that's a photo. Could do that. It'd be a really nice shot. Yeah. I'll do that off stream. Okay. Well, Ben Capita is ready to go. Keep a note for myself. That's stato photo later. Alright. Let's launch. I forgot to set the... Okay, let's auto strut part. Auto strut heaviest. Auto strut grandparent. Auto strut heaviest. Auto strut root. Yep. Cool. Let's get a photo of this guy. We forgot to paint it up, but that's all right as well. Alrighty. Hopefully between those two, at least one of them, it's not super obvious that it's leaning. We also forgot to add launch clamps. I should add 06. That's fine. Okay. Alright. Second launch of DR500. This time loaded with a rover for Minmus. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Another launch, another failure. Wow. Holy moly. I guess this was constructed at the same time, so it didn't have the advantage. We really should have, like, scrubbed this thing down and checked for that, huh? Well, shit. Photo, at least. Alright, well. I mean, the rover survived. You know? So, that's good. We can reuse that. I mean, we're not going to, but, you know, we'll get the money back for it, at least. Yeah. I guess that's a good lesson to learn. Don't build two of an experimental launch system at the same time. Doesn't go well. Okay. Vehicle assembly building. Let's just add in here. Capita. There we go. Yeah, action group. Abort still has no. Okay, action groups aren't saved on. Engine. Shut down engine. Now, there's no crew on here, so we don't really need to do this, but it might help to, you know, if there is another launch incident, that would help to, you know, not have the craft be flying uncontrollably for as long. at the very least. So, probably still good to do. Alright. And structural. Let's go ahead and put some launch clamps on it. Those fit in between the tanks. Oh, perfect. It's like it's meant to be. Alright. 4-way symmetry with these. Nice 4-way symmetry with these. Lower that to the ground. A little over head height of a Kerbal. Alright, perfect. Save and add to build queue. Alright, so quite a few setbacks today. We have not had a single launch today without a failure. We had the one ROG 8 test that was successful, the last one. But of course, you know, the 2 tests before it failed. So I guess one test was today. The other test was last time. So only one of them counts, but yeah. Lots of failures so far today. But now that we've gotten that out of our system, we can go back to being successful and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Let's head to the tracking station and warp ahead 11 days. All right. Lunch. TF must have an undercover agent doing sabotage. Oh, we already arrested that one, though. Oh, throttle up. And launching in 3, 2, 1. Away we go. Okay, these guys. Now this is a launch platform with some tenure. We know this bad boy is not gonna explode on us. Have any engine failure or anything like that. We've got real reliable engines on these boats. Good dog. Yippee! Hi, John. Hope you're having a good one. Nice. That's good. Yeah, we'll go ahead and drop those. We only had a tiny bit of Delta V left, and the central stage will still have a good amount of Delta V left over when we circularize. So all will be well. Let's go ahead and get that circularization prepped. How you doing? I am doing well. We've had a couple of launch failures, but we're moving past them. We're doing fine. Alright. T minus 26 is when we begin our burn. Perfect timing on the timer there. Excellent. Set up an action group to extend everything. We only have 3 things to extend. Alright. Alright. A little uneven, but, you know, it's fine. Alright, so we are heading to the moon. Set as target. And something that I learned I can do. I can focus view. And I mean, I guess maybe add maneuver, but I learned that you can cycle through these to reselect it without having to actually click on it. So that's very helpful. Ooh, that's a funky flight path. Oh, yeah, I guess that's trajectories. Huh, yeah. So I enabled that setting that shows me the actual path that I take. Yippee. Okay. We need to be going the other way. Yeah, these are a bit much though, don't you think? Nope, that's present. Let's turn it off doing that until we need to do another re-entry. Alright, and grab a maneuver again. Mm-hmm. It will be most efficient to do our up and down over there. So that's what we're gonna do. Alright. We'll do our correction burn and all that stuff. Yeah, we'll correct for the other directions as well when we do that inclination burn. So for now, let's go ahead and warp till 15 plus 2, 17. So 2 minus 17 seconds. Slow down. Alright. Now head over here and we're gonna add another maneuver. Focus view, reselect that maneuver, and let's get our inclination. So inclination is going to be easiest to do from out here. It's going to take the least amount of delta V. So we're just going to pop our orbit to intersect down there. Actually, does that really help us? Not really, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. Nah. No, that really doesn't do anything. Okay. Well, we're still gonna do our correction burn to get a... no, actually, no, it did. Because this angle is less. So, I mean, it did help, but, I mean, I'm not sure how much it helps. Yeah, because it gets us on that upward trajectory. That's... Alright, so that's 65 delta V. What happens if we instead go here and do this? It's way more delta V. Okay, yep. Alright, yep. That settles it. Yes. Alright. And then from there, close this. Herb up. Perfect. Maneuver 1, maneuver 2. Doesn't tell me how much delta V. We're gonna need for that maneuver 2, which I would like to know. But, oh well. We should be able to make it. Oh, wait, no, it does when I hover over it there. Yeah, so, yeah. Plenty of delta V to spare. Alright. Move over here. Okay. Recover scientific data from space around the moon. 1 second's probably too much. Let's T minus 12 seconds. It is schmovin'. All right. Wait, second burn is good. Face our panels towards the sun. Alright, contract was just one space around the moon, yeah. No specific height. There's the moon. approaching counter the sphere of influence. Don't care. Let's warp right past it. Onwards. Alright, T-minus 14 seconds we begin our burn. Burn. Orbits are a little trippy right now. We'll calm down in a second. Once we have captured around the moon. And there we go. Alright. Contract requirements satisfied. Alright. We could probably deorbit one of our satellites that we have, one of our old satellites we have in orbit around the moon at this point. Probably one of these two, because their orbits overlap. Well, they are going in opposite directions, but, you know. Yeah. We have more than enough in orbit currently, so we'll have to, let's see. 109. How much Delta V do you have? Can you deorbit yourself? Do you have a reposition contract in your future, or are you just gonna be dead? I mean, it's got plenty of Delta V, and it's got the upgraded antenna, so I think you'll live. Moonheart 7. Let's switch to you. How much Delta V do you have, and what antenna setup are you rocking? Hi, kitty. Hello. Meow meow. Okay, you've got an old antenna. You've got a lot of Delta V, though. Be a bit of a waste. Because that's definitely do a reposition contract very easily with you. If I transmit this, will this satisfy the thing? Probably not. I mean, let's give it a shot. It's not like it's ever going to use it anywhere else. Oh, shit. Really? Huh. So even if it's not, if it's not worth any scientific value, it still counts for a contract. That's good to know. Alright, cool. Good to know. Alright. I mean... yeah, it's going in the same direction of that guy. We'll be launching more satellites in the future anyways. So there'll always be more satellite launch contracts, so... yeah, sure, we'll go ahead and preemptively deorbit this guy. For funsies! Alright. Moonheart 7, you have served us well. Your services are no longer required. You're gonna go for a very high-speed impact. Try and obliterate as much as possible. Straight down burn. Oh, and I fixed the Z fighting inside the engine bells that was happening. Apparently that's caused by it's caused by Scatterer. Scatterer has temporal anti-aliasing on by default, and it causes that Z fighting. And I don't like temporal anti-aliasing anyways, so turned it off. And yeah, that should help reduce ghosting in rare circumstances as well. I have noticed ghosting before, like mostly with water. So hopefully we shouldn't see any of that either anymore. Yeah. We're just gonna... Full speed, full obliteration. Nice and cleaned up. No debris. Alright. Perfect. Check what we have in here. Still no new exploration contracts. In orbit of Kerbal. Oh, attach a new part to a satellite. Oh. No, that... I mean, well, no, I mean, that requires an engineer, but... we could do that. We could send up an engineer and a stato to form this. Let's see. Require another moon skipper, which we could totally do. Coral orbit. Tremendous. Why do you want an equatorial orbit with a resource scan? Those only work in polar orbits. Why? Whatever. We could totally do that. Good money. I looked at the orbit. I mean, it's an equatorial orbit, and the numbers were perfectly doable. So, sure. Position Minhart 6 in adjusted orbit. I'll have to check how much delta V it has. That could be lucrative. It's quite a bit. It's considered advanced, though, which it's considered exceptional, which leads me to believe that Minhart 6 is probably dead in terms of delta V. But, I mean, it'd be nice if it could be done without having to launch a tug craft. Yeah, we'll send another lander to the moon. And patch apart. Alright. What is the orbital of this? Stedler? Stedler contract orbit around Kerbal. What do you look like? Stedler. Okay. That is an orbit that requires quite a bit of delta V. Okay, how much delta V do we need to get a 10 million meter orbit? ASP. How much delta V for a 10 million meter urban orbit? Need approximately 5,000 on the launch pad. I mean, we could do that. Assuming these numbers are correct, which they might not be. Let me check the source for this claim that Google's AI is giving me, because it has been laughably wrong before. So let's just... Okay. So the source for that number comes from a forum page that is talking about completely different orbital parameters. So I don't trust that answer from the AI at all. How do we calculate delta needed? Do, 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 do. Okay, everyone's just saying use the delta V. It's not useful. Alright. Delta V calculator. Not the planner, calculator. Okay, this calculator does not allow for custom height orbit heights. That's lame. Useless to me. Here's another delta V calculator. Oh, Kerbal. Final orbit altitude in kilometers. Yes, that's what I need. Okay. So it's 10 million meters would be... Yeah, it's meters, right? Need to double check. It's in meters. Okay, yep. So 10,000 kilometers. Uh-huh. with an inclination of... Just eyeballing it, let's say 10 degrees. Oh, I can't do them both at the same time. Alright, hold on. I didn't see the number before I hit. Alright. 10,000 kilometers. Calculate. $1,300. That can't be right. Calculate from surface. Let's... Oh, okay. I see. So... if I add 2... oh wait, hold on. I need the delta V to get back also. So I have to take this number and multiply it by 2 to get the number to return. Okay, so let's round this up. So alright, so 1,200 plus 400. 12 plus 4, 6. We'll do this up that this. Alright, so 1,700 times 2. No, 3,400 plus yeah, no, we're not making it. I'm gonna save this calculator though, because this is useful. Yeah. Yeah, no. Not happening. We're gonna need a super heavy lifter to make that orbit. So yeah. Yeah, without the gravity of a moon to assist to like capture around and like stay around like the, if we were like staying around the moon, that's fine. But getting into an orbit similar to the moon and circularizing that orbit, which is what you need to do to rendezvous with a satellite in that orbit, yeah, no, that's a whole nother beast. We're not going to be able to do that mission. That's a dummy high delta V requirement. We do not have a launch vehicle capable of doing that. Most unfortunate. Well, we're already almost back up to the money that we had at the start of the stream, even with 3 failed launches today. That's not bad. Alright. Nothing. Close after survey of the moon. So let's get another moon lander, a moon hopper, up and ready to go. I think we're gonna grab Minheart 12 for this, just because it already has the extra fuel tanks. This will be Moonheart 11. Right? We're on 11 now. Yep. Save. Next. There we go. Moonheart 11. That's faster. Alright. Moonheart 11. Ooh. And let's see. Do we want to keep using Old Rock 5 launch stage for this, or do we want to upgrade to the newer Rock 5? I mean, I guess we don't have to upgrade, but I mean, nah, because this is cheaper, probably. So, yeah. I am going to go ahead and just check. Huh. This doesn't have the fuel rebalancing saved in it currently. That's... I'll have to add that. Open. Let's say Moonheart 10. Yeah, because you're at, yeah, those values. It's full. That's empty. Not empty, but 567. 576. Well, still have plenty of Delta V after doing that. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Total Delta V didn't really change. Alright, cool. That'll just give us a more efficient looking launch. It doesn't actually change the numbers, but it'll look nicer to have these separate earlier. Yeah. Do we have multiple thermometers on this thing still? We do. We don't need multiple thermometers. Take all one. In its normal position. Alright. Moonheart 11 is good to go. Let's start construction. Alright, Status 6 will be done in a day. Excellent. Alright, so now we should have reliable engines this time. No launch failures. Yes. All will be well. Warp to sunrise. Alright, that's good enough to sunrise. Status 6. Remove crew. Alright. Second unmanned test launch of the DR-500 Stato. Yep, there it goes. Oh, we forgot launch clamps on this one, but that's fine. Yep. We have the struts, and it's not leaning. You can see the shadow of the craft in there. That's a bit odd. But all right. Just have to take 2 to disable the aerodynamic overlays. All right. Launching in 3, 2, 1. And we have a perfectly normal launch so far. Excellent. All 4 engines are burning, no problem. Control looks good. Approaching burnout of the first stage. Second stage ignition. We have an engine failure, but it's okay. We can control it. Our thrust to weight is still positive. Okay, we're all good. We are going to shut down this opposite engine. Probably should have done that to begin with. And let's... Let me edit the fucking... Piece of shit. Edit this. Go to here. Okay. Synchronize our orbit. E. Alright. 1 minute 42. That is 30 plus 21. 51 seconds. We're late to burn. Shit. Okay. Yeah, with that performance loss from having only 2 out of our 4 engines burning, we're gonna be cutting things a little bit closer, but it's fine. We were only a few seconds off. I think we should be perfectly fine. Yep. And extend everything, why not? Okay, that's good. We're still able to complete our mission even with 2 of our engines burned out. Once we've exited the atmosphere, that's pretty good. We can still circularize our burn with an engine failure. Those aren't toggle, that's Hmm. Alright, we need to circularize. Nah, we don't need to circularize. That's fine. Whatever. Oh, I managed to get offset. Let's just going back and forth on those is not the best thing to do. Everything's extended. Alright, we are good to go for lunar capture. Bring us in nice and close. Not that close. Decrease the amount of delta V we're using. Okay. That's as close as she gets. Alright. Cool. Close. That. We can pull this down further in a very nice close orbit. That's what we want. We'll do an inclination adjustment in a bit. Get this more equilateral, so make turning easier. Alright. Let's be a 57-second burn. Let's go ahead and rotate. Electric charge is fine. If it starts to get too low, we do have the what's it called? The fuel cell. Yep. To regenerate with. Right, 57 seconds. That's gonna be 30 minus 2. 28 seconds. It's our target rising. Perfect. All right. So now add a maneuver here, get our inclination change. Which is going to move our orbit. Maybe I should have been a little less tight on that. Ah, that's fine. Only 36 meters per second. 2-second burn. Yep, that'll be good. Although actually, at this point, we do want to test the ability to return with just the Stato. Although, well, no, because the Stato doesn't. No, never mind. We want to test the return with just the Stato, but that's after we circularized our orbit of the moon. So we're not just doing a flyby, we're doing an orbit. So we want to hold on to the upper stage for this. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. In that case. Rotate around. It is kind of a bit silly doing this with the whole second stage of the DR500 instead of a block day third stage, which we don't even have block day on here. But this fuel tank's pretty big, so we'd have to use a smaller tank for this to be used up during the launch if we wanted to do a block day. So this is just easier. It is technically less efficient, but it's easier. So for now, it's what we'll do. For the actual moon mission, we will be using a smaller stage for our lunar transfer to be more efficient. Okay. There we go. Capture into a nice tight orbit. Which will take 14 seconds. Alright. Oh, I should have put a probe core on this stage so I could deorbit it into the moon and test the return capabilities of this guy. Oh well. That does mean now that we're gonna have to choose, though. We're gonna have to choose between deorbiting the second stage or burning with it to Kerbal. Because if we don't deorbit it, it'll be stuck in space, and then that's space debris. That's a big piece of space debris. We don't want that. So I have to deorbit it. Question is how. So after we circularize, I can... What? More money?
I was gonna say.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, just let me... More money. Okay. Bye-bye. I'll have to help shade it up a second with the food, just for a little bit. Yeah, so... Okay. Here's my thoughts. Let's say we'll round, alright? 300 delta V to make our orbit. Then from our orbit, okay, hold on. I have to help shade real quick. So, I will be right back. Give me just a moment. Just a minute.
Good hunting!
Oi, I back. Figured I'd follow before I go to bed. Thank you for the follow, John. I hope you had a good time and enjoy your sleep. Alright, back to figuring out our plan. So, How do I get closer to Kerbal from here? Okay. That's pretty close to Kerbal. I'm gonna just assume we're gonna come out around here-ish. So. Alright. And then another maneuver here. Wah. Hmm. Um,
I'll just grab one for yourself.
I guess.
Or you can fix another portion as well.
Okay.
So you need the ring.
Yeah. Wait.
You can handle it full fast.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to hop out to help Shade again in a moment, but it'll be just a short. Actually, right now, or should I do that now, or? Okay, alright. Alright, be right back again. Bye-bye, return. Alright. I have pasta now. Or mac and cheese. It's made with a bacon cheese sauce and ground beef. Yeah, pretty good. Yep, good stuff. Alright. So, let's see how much Delta V we are looking at. 808. Alright, 800 plus... Alright, so 1,060. 1,060... 1,260. Okay. Our margins are looking kinda slim. So... We're gonna have to... Now, you know what? We'll deorbit the booster. We'll make our way back. And again, this is why we do an unmanned test. So we know that we can get away with this. Alright. Alright, so at T minus 7 seconds, we begin our burn. Burning. Alright. Now then. We have captured. We need to deorbit this stage. And then burn away. So let's go to, let's see, so add maneuver. is there. Oh. Nope, god damn it. I hit a button to undo. Like a fucking fool. Which is Control Z. And that sent us down. But it's fine, because this is the transfer stage. It doesn't matter if we waste Delta V here. Okay. Maneuver. Action. That's trusting it. That's acting as if it's after this, even though it's physically impossible for us to have this burn after that burn, but whatever. That's location. More here. All right, let's do that deorbit burn. I should have turned laterally. This was a poor move. Alright, this is fine. RCS. Get us away. Cool. Alright. And we'll just keep burning. Eventually we'll get our escape. Sure seems to continue to be going down. Okay, now it's going back up. Let's just warp ahead. Seems like we're well within our delta V margins, which is a good thing because we have to turn on this fuel cell. Alrighty. Leave that running. Alright. Stop the fuel cell. Perfect. Jeez, these encounter nodes are weakened. Not happy. Yeah, alright. Delta V margins, not as bad as I thought. Because the maneuver was not as bad as it was showing. Good, good. At least I think. Actually, no, wait. No, because that's going to be the biggest... I don't know. We'll see. Alright. So... T-minus 14. Wise burn time 0. Engine failure. Shit. Well, fuck. RCS full throttle. Alright. We can still do this. Using our RCS thrust. Down to 80. Why was this still going? Huh. With RCS on, does this act as thrust? No. Weird. Oh, wait. Didn't have it. Oh, it does. Huh. Okay. Well. Cool. It still doesn't reflect on there, though, which is a problem. That means I'm gonna have to guess when to start burning. Okay. Shut up about that encounter, please. Alright, I guess we'll guess. Alright. Well. Okay, so if I engage the throttle while holding down the button, it'll switch to using the thrust as the input. Okay. Yeah, our delta V required is going down. So, we're doing it. Very slowly. But it is happening. Yep. Look at that. Great showcase of the redundancy of the system, though. And of course, on an actual flight, we'd be able to send out an engineer Kerbal to fix the engine. So, yeah. Not bad, all considered. Alright. Can't warp here as an option, just warp to next maneuver. Lame. There we go. If I delete it, I can, yeah. Well, we know what direction we're burning. Little RCS thrusters that good. Down and down she climbs. Do, do, do. Learned this. You can, if you hold Alt and use the comma and period keys, you can go up to 4x speed while accelerating. Not a good idea on unstable craft, but, you know, we're fairly stable, so. Yeah, no instability noted. Space zoomies. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Oh. We've run out of fuel. That's not good. Well then. Now what? Well, we'll have to deorbit this. That doesn't bode entirely well for the return trip. I swear in the simulations it was able to make... I've done the full lunar trip already simulated using this design. It should be able to make that return trip. Maybe it's because of the propellant efficiency. The fuel efficiency of the RCS is probably lower than the fuel efficiency of an actual engine. I'm gonna put it on that. I mean, we got pretty close in terms of the Delta V. So, yeah. But now, we have to deorbit this thing. So, we have a cleanup mission that we're gonna have to perform. Alright, I just want to be absolutely sure that we ran out of fuel because the RCS is less fuel efficient. And we're using this. ISP 260. ISP is fuel it's fuel efficiency, right? Measure of fuel efficiency. Yep. Okay. So this has fuel efficiency of 260. Actual engine has a fuel efficiency of 314. That's not as big of a gap. Would have liked to be comfortable with that, but we were burning for a long time. So yeah, I think that accounts for all of it. And if it doesn't, then hey, it still makes it back to low Kerbal orbit. we'll just have a Stato on standby to recover the crew in the event that they also are only able to make it to Low Kerbal, and then they could just do a little rendezvous for that. Yeah. But okay. But the cleanup mission will have to actually be a starter. So now is the time, if any, to give our that moon rehearsal mission an actual name besides being a stato. Let's see. No, Stato 4 is another lunar variant. We don't want that. 3. Yeah. Regular Stato. Alright. Although, I guess we should update the launch vehicle. So... Log 5B. Snapping as if that's the straight out wall, the straight up wall, but that's not straight. So close to being straight, I should just be straight. What? Oh, there we go. Let's go ahead, Stato. Yeah. I'm gonna rename it. I need to have an actual name for our moon missions. So, yeah. Alright. Engine, side booster. These need to be separate. Add. Boot. Alright. Cargo. And I can stack these. Mm-hmm. Alright. Probably. Well, we won't need that many. Okay. Now, we're not going to be able to dock to transfer fuel. So, we'll need to bring a fuel line. We'll bring two, just in case. Just in case. Alright. Yeah. Add that to the build list. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Because I have food, but alrighty. Well, I'd say that was still overall a success. Yeah. Alright. Tracking station before we get warp to complete. Warp to complete. Right. In Capita 2. Let's launch it. Gotta go well. Night night. Have a good night, waifu. Thank you for tuning in. You have a wonderful rest. Alright. Transparent fairing is Very odd. Hmm. Yeah, whatever. Take a photo. I need to label these photos. Um. Hmm. I haven't labeled any of these. It's 5. In 1. 1. 1. Incapita 2. Okay. Screenshot's named. CS on. Throttle up. We are ready to launch in 3, 2, 1. Alright. Flying well. I have the right window up. Yeah, these engines are just so much more quieter. It's just the Rock 5 engines that are loud. Maybe if we retire the Rock 5, I'll raise the sound effects for engines so they can be heard. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Okay, we've lost 2 of our engines. Both on the same side. Not good. Damn. Alright. Upper stage engines are, free! Okay. What's our thrust to weight ratio? Not good enough. Okay, we're about to enter vacuum. Shut up. Let me edit the fucking maneuver. Time sensitive. Yeah, it's not possible. Trying to like spin stabilize it. Okay, yep, spin stabilizing. This isn't working. We're falling. Oh, it's so Jover. Welp. I think that engine testbed wasn't good enough. Because we built a platform to test the engines for the DR500, and I don't think it was enough. Hmm. Maybe if we burn radial out. What's our thrust to weight? Nope. Not happening. Yeah, we're burning it. We've lost control. Which means we've lost our spin, because that had to be added manually. Yep, it's Joker. Alright, let's just point retrograde and hope that we can at least, it'll slow down enough that we can recover it. Somewhat, maybe? Damn. Hey, the rover survived again. Miraculous. Damn. DR500 is, not setting a great track record. Re-engine. Did I spell that right? I named the... Alright. Well, I guess we gotta build another one. Today is just the day of failures, huh? Alright, hold on. I wanna check. What's the failure rate on these now? 95%. Now it's at 95%. Right? Wasn't at 95% before, correct? These are RD210s. Yeah, okay. Boy. Alright. 3? I forgot to change the name on it. So... Alright. Off the launch pad it goes again. I mean, 95%, you know, that's as high as they go. We should not have 3 failures this next time. We should not have 1 failure this next time. Like, astronomically small chances. Alright. It should work. Should be fine. Ugh. Okay. Well. Alright. 9 days. Surveys of Midwest. Inspirational surveys. That's crew reports. Capture we could do that. Yeah. Midwest, yeah. Send out another hopper. Mm-hmm. Oh, didn't mean it like that. I mean, I intentionally clicked, but I didn't. Clicking is not... That does not do what I was intending to do. So. Leave. Upgrades, we don't have any. I think I might unlock a 4th build rate with our next upgrades. Yeah. Alright. I named this stream expecting that I would have a rover that I'd be driving around by now. It's not happening today, though. I might rename the stream to something to reflect the number of burns we have. I'll leave a note in the description saying what the title originally was, and that it was renamed posthumously. But yeah. Oh well, yeah. Things happen. All right, warp to complete. Wait till that capsule is above us. Okay. Alright, the actual Stato 6. We are sending up an engineer and Valentina. Let's send it. Alright. Again, we're using a ROG 5 this time. This is our dependable medium lifter. You know, we've never had a ROG 5 failure. Maybe we have, and I don't remember. But if we did, it was a long time ago. Kinks are all worked out by now. These are reliable workhorses. And yeah, I don't know why the fairings are doing that. It's creepy. I don't like it. It's scary. Stop it. Don't do that. I have to take a photo. Just, yeah, we'll... We'll do that. Yeah. So we don't have to look at it. Where's the rings? Transparent in light. Alright, that's... Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Picture. I'll ask the internet. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! have to add control block. Oh well. I feel like the engines are doubling up. I think the sounds or something. Yeah, I think they're playing twice. They were not far enough behind us. Plus I hid them down with like a launch pad pictures. That's... yeah. No, that's not gonna work. Alright, 1 minute burn. So... D minus... Let's see, so it's 55, so... 25 plus 2... 27, so... Alright. Stage will burn up in the atmosphere, crash into the planet as we want. complete our circularization with Stato itself. Wonderful. Alright, now to plot our intercepts. Let's go ahead, get our inclinations to match. Mm-hmm. Alright. Yeah, if I had timed the approach better, we'd basically be docking now. Our orbital periods are the same, our orbits are matched pretty much. Damn. That was a perfect launch aside from timing. Oh well, I gotta get better at that. And I will eventually. I can remember which direction I need to do stuff. There we go. Inclination is matched. Now we just need to get our orbits synced up. Hmm. Alright, you know what? Just gonna burn out. Mm-hmm. Alright. T minus 12. Okay. Oh. We have our encounter. Alright. 200 meters? That's a pretty good intersect. Alright. 22-second burn. Let's warp. Eleven seconds. Alright. Cute. Then let's see. Hold on. Let me pull up the orbital rendezvous guide. Mm-hmm. refreshed on my knowledge. Now, let's warp ahead. Let me see it. There it is. Shit. Fuck. I kind of fucked it up. Yeah, I should just circle this. Oh wait, no, hold on. Just doing that and just automatically... Oh, nice, right. Target mode, my beloved. Okay. I'm going away from target still. Alright, at this point, RCS on. There we go. We are approaching. Now, if I was smart, I would have put the matching docking port on here, even if we can't do crew or fuel transfers through it, just to hold them together for the fuel tether, but I'm not smart, and I didn't do that. Okay. Alright, Bill, your time to shine. That's as close as we're gonna get station keeping. Alright. Okay, how do I do this? ESP EVA build. EVA construction mode. How do I do that? Yes. Click the crane hook icon in the top right toolbar during EVA. Crane hook. Why can't I do this? Can you not connect? Hold on. ASP EVA build connect fuel line with undocked craft. You cannot directly connect fuel lines between two independent undocked craft. Fuck. I should have looked into that before this whole mission. Okay. Backup plan. Backup plan is real sketchy. But it's all I've got. Alright. We are going to push this craft. That is the plan. Yep. It's not a good plan, but it's a plan. We're gonna push it until it deorbits. Alright. Let's go. What the fuck? Oh shit. Pushed the wrong button. I'm pressing J, I meant to press H. Alright. Full send! This is the dumbest plan. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, I didn't bring enough fuel. Really? I have to... Oh, I have to do a double push of shame. Fuck. Okay. Huh. Alright, note to self. Future Stato variants need to have more fuel on board. Okay. Because I am not good enough at doing stuff. Good to know. Shit. We have 2 Statos in orbit with no fuel now. And now we have crew on board. Okay. Stato 6. The other Stato 6, we will abandon for now. It's not going anywhere. We can attempt to deorbit it again later. For now, we're just gonna leave it there and not worry about it. This crew, however, we have to get them home. So, we are going to do what the community refers to as a push of shame. We're going to get out in our EVA jetpack, and we're gonna push the spacecraft manually until we deorbit. It's not gonna be pretty, but it's what we have to do. So we're doing it. Yeah. Alright. Bill, you're up again. So, EVA RCS refills infinitely. As long as you board back into the craft. So technically, we can do this as much as we want. All right, point us retrograde, please. All right. An eye on our propellant. We don't want that to get too low. At 1, we'll hop back inside. Make sure we're still pointing retrograde. I mean, in theory, we could push of shame the other one, too. We have 2 Kerbals. Okay, first push done. What's our orbit like? Okay, we're not push of shaming both of them. Oh boy. Because that'll take fucking forever. So. Alright, Bill. Refill your pack. EVA again. Let's keep going. Ah, boy. I'm pushing the entire craft because I don't want to leave space to breathe. This would be faster if we only had to push return capsule. If it really drags on, I could do that. But I'd rather avoid it if possible. Okay, what am I doing? Let's... Let's deorbit from that side. Yeah. Yeah, these Bill seems to be having a good time. Welcome to the rest of the stream, by the way. This is gonna take a while. This is this is something that every KSP player eventually has to do. The only KSP players who don't do this are those who only ever play with mods that remove the infinite propellant for EVA jetpacks. And cowards. So, we dared to be bold, and we fucked up. It's A-okay. Everything's gonna be alright. A little easier to grab on when the door's on the side. Alright. Got again. Putting that engineering degree to real good use here. Got to check our progress in that last one, but yeah, we'll knock out 2 full rotations. I mean, just based on the distance between us, we've moved our orbit by quite a bit. Of course, we were moving the wrong side of our orbit, but yeah, it's neither here nor there. Hey, 60 kilometers, hey, if you are that, we'll, actually, although that's also laterally distance, okay, that's not just straight out, so. Fuck it. I don't know how long this will take. But hopefully not that long. Lack of depth perception. That's why we have one unit fuel as our safety margin. Okay, we're well past but hey, look at that. We're doing it. Alright. a few more rounds of pushing, and we will be safe. Okay, so we totally could have we totally could push the other stato. You know what? How far was that? Okay, yeah. No, a bit late to do the spacewalk to there. Yeah, nah, a bit far. Bit late. Should have done sooner. Damn. I could have done a push of shame to save to get rid of the other one out of orbit. Oh well. Whatever. We'll send up a stato with the correct docking port for the next one. '70. We're almost in the atmosphere. Atmosphere starts at 70 kilometers. We're at 76. One more push ought to do it. Yeah, I totally could have de-orbited the other one. Oh well. Ah well. We'll do it properly. Do, 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 do. $68. I mean, yeah, that goes into the atmosphere. We don't have to keep pushing. All right, Bill, get in the seat. Less time work. Alright, performing our first litho break. Trajectory's on. Yeah. Nope, already rising up out of the atmosphere. So we're gonna do another pushing session when we get to our apoaps. Pushing. Pushing. Do-do-do-do. Don't hit a little too hard. And switch up which finger's holding the W key. Finger's getting tired. Getting close to that one. And hey, there we go. Trajectories. Hey, we got a landing. And we are not landing on ATF soil. We're landing in the ocean. Yep. Near an island. Wait. There's no island there. I pushed too far. Okay. Real quick. Go pro-raid. Actually, you know what? Alright. Bill. One last push. This time we're gonna go prograde because we pushed too hard. And we're gonna land in ATF territory, which we don't want to do. So we are going to burn prograde. It's time to extend our orbit. Just a bit, so that we land in nice, friendly, safe territory. Trajectories does not work. In here. Alright, get down to 3 and I'll check the map. Okay, that's a really far away landing spot. So maybe somewhere in between. How's that sound? Alright, 1 unit this time, Bill. 1 unit of fuel. All you gotta give her. A lot lighter now. We've ditched the service module. We're just pushing the orbital and return module now. Actually, we pushed it once. Let's push it half. One. Oh, yeah. That's good. Yeah. We're gonna fine-tune our approach. Perfect, just off the coast. Thanks. Alright. Cool. Alright. Into return capsule. Yep. Both happy and safe. Excellent. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that changed our... I can't... Can I EVA through that? I can EVA through that? Okay, hold on. The hatch is starting again. Okay, yeah. So now that we've removed the service module, we're undershooting again. Into ATF territory. That was all for now. I should have accepted landing over there. I got overzealous. I was a fool. This is a problem. Fuck. Realistically, we should be able to go through there. Well, shit. I should have accepted landing over here or over here. I shouldn't have. Damn it. Yeah, that is map jump scare incoming. Ooh, that's... Yeah. Minutes? That's not fast enough to get. Yeah, they'll have a boat. They'll have a boat to pick them up before we do. Assuming they land in the water. Well, nothing we can do. You know, I bet we could have re-entered with the castle. I mean, we haven't tested that. That would be dangerous to do. No. Alright. At least they'll live. We can get them back. Even if they're captured, we can negotiate their release. Tensions may be high, but they're not so high that they'll just be shunted away in prison forever. The ATF are not that angry with us. They don't like us, but they're not that opposed. Who knows? Maybe they'll act in good faith and just return our cosmonauts to us. You know, maybe they'll be nice. You know, throw us a bone. A gesture of goodwill. Don't know. If we land in the water, that is still preferable to landing on land. I don't want to land here on the land. I don't know how well you guys can see this. YouTube probably can't see shit. I don't know how Twitch goes. But yeah, we don't want to land on here. We're landing on here. Okay. Well. That sucks. Yeah, this was bound to happen eventually. At least they're home. We'll negotiate their release in between. The ATF will, of course, have tracked that we have sent them something from space. We'll be moving to pick them up pretty shortly. Oh. Unless... We don't have a passenger seat-equipped craft that could get to them. Do we? No. How quickly? How quickly can we retrofit seats onto a La-2B? Not a La-2B. A Roo. We don't have a La-2B sitting around in storage, but the Roo 2B. How quickly can we put seats in that thing? 1 day. 5 hours. Five hours. You said. They can evade capture long enough. We could land a Route 2B with a crew capsule, a crew compartment, and we can get them home. Where is the space plane crew cabin? One day? Oh. Okay. Hmm. 5 hours, 1 day. Say Bennett's. We can rush it. Right, I forget a day is only 6 hours in Kerbal time. Okay, 2 hours? Yeah. That's... They can hide for 2 hours. Yeah. Complete.
Yeah.
Alright, well, it's launch. Crew 1B. Launch. Something's under lockdown. Elric it is. Our only pilot we have available. Yep. Alright. Launch. This is going to be a risky launch. We've never landed a Rue 2B in enemy territory. Alright, let's do it. Now, our cosmonauts are trained to evade capture in the unlikely event of landing in hostile territory. So, we should have been able to hold out. Of course, we won't have communications with them once they left the craft, but we will have radioed them a rendezvous location before they departed. And good. Of course, the ATF's response craft wouldn't be able to pick them up immediately, so they did have time to prepare at least a little bit. Alright. Oh. It was already in afterburner mode. Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. Alright. Could be straight shot along the equator. The afterburner's on. Shouldn't take us too long to get there. Let's go ahead and get aircraft autopilot up and running. Heading hold. 270. Alright. Autopilot engaged. This is fun. Maybe not. Making good speed. We're gonna use our drogue chute to land there, and then we're going to take off, and we'll have to do a chute-less landing when we get home. Alright. We have rendezvous location locked. Disengaging autopilot. Cutting throttle. There's no air brakes on this thing. We have flaps. Gear down. Thankfully, it's a pretty flat area. They can unbury themselves from the sand as we come over to pick them up. Shit. Well, they're fucked. That was our one shot. Rest in peace, Alaric. Died a hero. And most of the wreckage is intact. Which means it, and it wasn't even scuttled in the crash. Came in too hot. Should have deployed the emergency chutes. Shit. Well, they could evade capture for a few hours. They're not going to evade capture long enough for us to build a second plane. Requisition one from the military. Hmm. Unfortunate turn. Well, I'm afraid that's going to be everything for today. Alaric is dead. Valentina and Bill have been captured. And we didn't land a rover on Minus. Alright, well, there's the raid message. Let's see who's live. Excuse me. Ah, boy. Chalade. Eon. Ion. Alright. Well, thank you all, everyone, for tuning in. I will see you all in the next stream. Yeah. Baldur's Gate will be this weekend, Saturday or Sunday, one of those 2 days. And then on Monday will be either KSP or Sims 4. We'll see which one I feel up to then. And then Wednesday or Thursday will be whichever of those 2 games I did not play Monday. So, I will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye! Good night! Bye-bye-bye! Bye! Good night! Bye-bye-bye! Bye-bye! Bye! Good night! Bye-bye-bye!